Alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value, as I would say. Hope you like what I got to do today. Always trying to do something new. Trying to do my best in whatever I pursue. And bringing the results to you as I go through on my journey, on my mission. And share with you my vision. Can see where I'm trying to be and how I'm going to get there. And hopefully it inspires you to do the same. Even if I don't know your name, respect every time. Don't feel like you gotta be in the chat, but if you want to, that's cool. And you know, it's another day and another flow. Learning as I go. Starting out with the coding today. Making sure the stream is working okay. Got the create live. Everything's looking good so I can thrive. Here we go. Alright, so what I know is I'm working on this marketing dashboard. And also adding features to the main investment project as I go. As I get information from the marketing dashboard, I can create new content for the app and create more marketing content. So still building out the dashboard, getting it dialed in. Started creating some of the marketing content, but I want to make sure, this content is right. I want to make sure everything is good. So I got to do what I could do to make it go through the right way. Take my time, as I would say, not cutting any corners. Is the real deal. Not trying to rush through, focusing on the value that I create, not the money that I'm trying to make. So, it might seem slow at the start, but that's the way that most businesses start. Use the same word and it rhymes still. Alright, so getting into starting up Claude, I guess, would be the first thing. Max effort. Sure the screen is visible. Alright, so getting started with some prompts. Tuning in the canonical strategies. Based on what I learned yesterday. Updating some documents for product positioning and principles. I think I'll do this one in plan mode. Boom. Boom. Yeah. Okay. So, I feel like I might do some research as I go along. Got a whole list of things to implement, so got notes and notes and notes. Got to go through everything that I wrote. Gonna take it back. I heard about a tool called Iconify. Heard it's about making icons. So from what I understand about icons, it's like, you know, the browser tab has an icon, but I don't know if this is also like, you know, the logo, because I'm guessing like, you know, that you'd want to have that the same thing if it could fit. So like I'm doing this finance education hub, and essentially I'm looking to build a logo for it. And I've made some logos before on just like Ideogram and Midjourney. But let me know what you think about Iconify, and let me know about any other options that you think might be good for what I'm trying to do. So Iconify is not a tool for making logos, it's a unified icon framework. Normally, if you want a home icon from material design and a $sign from Font Awesome, you have to install 2 massive libraries. Iconify gives you access to 250,000 open source icons. Okay, so they're already pre-made icons. It's not like designing your own icon. Welcome to the chat, Bex Ruz. Don't think I've seen you before, so respect every time. What plan am I using? Plan. Like plan mode in Claude Code? Not really sure what you mean. I guess you'd have to be more specific about what kind of plan you're talking about. I mean, for like, I guess I'm in Claude Code using plan mode, and I'm just updating some documents based off of kind of like tuning some documents, I guess, based off of marketing information that I collected yesterday. So like I basically added a new feature to the marketing dashboard for this project. Like I have a finance hub project that I'm working on. Link is in the description in YouTube and Twitch. So it's called Stackivate. And essentially the marketing hub, I just added a feature where it searches the internet, finds conversations with my target audience, and I give it parameters on like what kind of information I'm looking for. So I collect a bunch of information based on kind of like one segment of the audience, and then you know, get that information and then kind of compile it until it starts like, you know, things start overlapping. Then I go and I tune it so that it gets kind of like the next kind of micro niche of that segment. So I just got to keep tuning it to like get more detailed information. Because if I just had it, you know, go collect, like just said like go collect random finance info, then it's going to have a lot more data I've got to go through, and it's going to be much more difficult to just kind of focus on one area at a time. So that's kind of what I'm doing. What kind of business am I running? Basically right now, Stackivate is the first business that I'm building for this challenge. I've already launched the MVP about a week ago. You can check out the link in the description. And this is the first business. Setting up the marketing system for it. Gonna set up other business systems for it. The goal is to get these all dialed in so that the business can win and dominate the fintech niche for financial education. Get that done, move on to the next one. and got some ideas, not sure yet. It's all about laser focus on one business at a time. Been building businesses for many years. Any money yet? Nope, just launched the first paid platform last week. So, I mean, like I myself did a paid tier. You know, I paid for a subscription, but I'm not going to count that I, you know, like that I bought it. So I feel like I'm not going to count that. That would kind of be like wrong if I'm just counting that. So no paid subscriptions yet. Just starting creating marketing content, building the marketing dashboard. Mostly I'm letting all you guys work on the check out the free tier, and hopefully, you know, if you guys find value in the free tier, then you could give me some advice on what you like and what you don't like. Do I use the credit limit often, or do I use the 150 a month? I think you're talking about the Claude Code plan limit. So if that's what you're talking about, I have the max plan, and I've never hit that limit. But when I did have when I started out with just the regular plan, and I would hit that 5-hour limit on the stream. And from what I understand, Claude Code just within like the last day or two just doubled the limits, which would probably stop me from running over the limit on the stream. But I'm pretty sure I would, if I went back to the $20 a month regular plan, I would go over that weekly plan easy. And I am thinking about next month downgrading plans, just because Claude gave me like free $200 in credits that I'd have to use before it expires. So if I do download the plan, it'd just be to use those credits and save money for a month. But I'll see what happens when I get there. So yeah, I use Claude Code mostly for the building, and I use Codex mostly for auditing. Use a lot of Gemini. I really like Gemini's LLM. It's really quick, straight to the point. More detailed things, I think Claude's LLM. Do a lot of strategizing with Claude's LLM. So let's see, we got this one done. Now I'm ready to run the next prompt. And the next, so this one was in the actual Finance Hub. Now I gotta close this one down. Oh yeah, commit and push to GitHub. So I'm looking at more tools too. I'm looking at getting Gemini set up, maybe even try with anti-gravity. I just want to make sure that I'm using Claude enough to just like laser focus on that one thing. I feel like if I'm like trying to learn, you know, Claude and Codex for building and Gemini for building at the same time, it's going to distract my mind, spread my focus too thin. I want to learn just Claude right now, get really good with Claude, then start learning the next one, keep using Claude in the background, get it so it's like on autopilot so I don't really have to think about it too much. But you know, the journey, just getting started. I've never started a business before that has been profitable in less than like 6 months. I mean, I've started a business that started making a little bit of money after a couple months, but nothing substantial. Usually the way I've found business goes is, you know, just stick with it. And, you know, at first it seems like nothing's really like going on, and then you just start building momentum, and then it just starts building up exponentially. So it's all about just sticking with it. All right, so that's pushed. Close this folder, open up the new one. And I'll definitely update the income when it starts coming in. For right now, nothing yet, other than money out of my own pocket into the business. If I tried Perplexity, yes. I really like Perplexity, especially for like internet browser stuff. When I'm doing stuff on browsers, Perplexity is the best for just knowing like how to navigate. And Perplexity, I've not tried the paid tier. I've researched it. It looks like their paid tier is the most expensive of any tool I've seen. Basically, like to really accomplish anything, I would need to get the $200 a month plan, and I would go through that. From like what I'd want to do with it, I would go through it in a couple days. It doesn't seem like it's worth it to me yet. And also, most of the stuff I would do with it is not that high priority right now. It would just like, I think the main thing it would do is it wouldn't do much different other than save me time on stuff I'm already doing. But, you know, hopefully as I start, or not hopefully, but when I start bringing in income, then I will definitely implement Perplexity. Right now I'm trying to stay within a budget, keep it under $500 a month to run this business. Claude Code is the main agent. Right. So how about you guys in the chat? You guys working on anything cool, building any projects? My background is mainly in business and marketing. So any questions in particular you have about that stuff, I'm going to be able to provide the most value there. Although I'm getting a lot better with vibe coding and agentic orchestration, so probably help with that stuff too in some aspects. But you know, it's like the community, unity, all coming together with our own unique skill sets. Not trying to compete with anybody, just trying to collaborate. Not only compete against myself. So I'll open this marketing dashboard up in the browser. Oop, wrong browser. So this is the marketing dashboard so far. I'm the only one that's using it, so I've not put any effort into like UI design, stuff like that. I'm just building out the features, get these features dialed in, and then once they're dialed in, then I can get the structure of it dialed in better, so it's like more of a flow. Right now it's kind of all independent features. Well, that's not true. Some of the features are working together, but they could definitely work together better. But this is really what got me into this. Like I've had a lot of ideas for apps before, but I've always wanted to build the business systems, make it so I can be more productive with the business stuff. All right, so time for the next prompt with the marketing dashboard. Oh yeah, I gotta get max effort. Better thinking. Okay. Do some plan mode. Hullabalooing. Claude is very good at teaching me new words from my vocabulary. So what do you, if you're still on here, Los Santos, what do you think of Perplexity? Have you used it a lot? So that was Iconify. Looks like there's multiple different versions of Iconify. There's Iconify AI. That focuses on generating app icons. So like it sounds like you could have custom ones if I need a square icon for a phone home screen. Or a browser tab like a favicon, that's what the word is. And usually that is true. Usually the favicon is not going to be able to transfer the entire logo over. I don't want to be making the logo and then just like a favicon that's like similar or something. Okay, so that's like kind of the strategy for a logo and a favicon is the logo is going to include some text, like the name of the company, and like an image, like the logo image. And the favicon is just the logo image, leaving out the text. Okay. So maybe I'll even get to making, or at least start to make this logo today. Got a list of things I got to get through, and if I do and have more time, then I can get the logo, so I'll keep it on my mind. So we got Looka. It's another option. It doesn't just give you a logo. It gives you a whole brand kit. Which generates the favicon for you based on the brand kit. Logo marker AI, very popular for fast, clean, minimalist logos. Feels more modern tech than older generators. If I want to take a mid-journey icon and pair it with a professional typography, Canva is still king for manual layout without needing to learn Photoshop. So I know Canva pretty well. Probably want to look into those other features and see how much they cost and see some of the examples they have on their site. I really like the new ChatGPT image 2.0. So I think I would probably generate a bunch of different options on both ideogram and image 2.0. Those seem to be the best at including text. Time to push it. Here we go. What's next? What's next? Switch to the Finance Hub repo. Formalize the per tool page template by extracting the pattern from the two tools I've already shipped. Alright, so I gotta switch the project back to the Finance Hub, back to Stackify. Start the dev server. So I added two features. First two features based on the marketing data, pain points, stuff like that. And basically gonna like unify them, make sure they're in alignment, create a structure for all new features that everything is in alignment. Let's see. So I'm going to start by taking some screenshots. All right, so I went and I took screenshots of the two tools. There's 3 screenshots. The first one was able to get the first tool in 1 screenshot. The second one I had to take 2 screenshots to get the whole tool. So now that you have that, let me know if you need to give me a prompt to check on analytics. I think I set up analytics in Vercel, but it was a while ago, so I'm not 100% sure. So I guess since I'm not sure, it's probably best to give me a prompt that I can have Claude find out what is all analytics, and we can set up analytics right for everything that's going to be needed for this. Finally started a new conversation. That other one was getting too slow. As much as I thought the context on it was really good and didn't want to leave it behind, I made sure to get as much of the info as I could, transferred it over to this new conversation, doing my best to not get sidetracked on any single LLM conversation so I can keep the context. All right, spot. So, no more hip hop. I don't know why I stopped. Some different beats I'll drop. But this one. Gonna do an audit on the analytics. Welcome to the chat, Ghost. I'm going to tell you what all this does because it's all about providing value. So, let's see. Go to the project. This is the first paid app slash hub slash site that I created. Just launched the MVP last week. Got the free tier, Investor's Edge, skill tree game for technical analysis for investors, for understanding how to read a simple chart, knowing when it's probably a good place to buy. It's all likelihoods, nothing's for certain. And then also understanding, when it's likely going to change, when it's more probable that the price is going to change direction. Then it goes on to adding simple indicators to more complicated indicators on the higher levels, and then multiple indicators together. So, time machine. This is my favorite part. Takes you back random year. Doesn't say what year, so you can't cheat. But I guess if you cheated, you only be cheating yourself. Can apply some of the indicators from the game. Got the chart. This is like Apple. Can go and doesn't have every stock, but it has like the majority of the bigger ones. And I think this goes back to like 1995 for years. So it'll be somewhere between 1995 and last year. So I think I'm not going to put much effort into this, but Amazon looks much better than Apple did. I like this Amazon chart better than the Apple, so I'm just going to buy share, and can go through a week at a time, go through a month at a time, can go through the full year. Lets you know how you did against the S&P 500. Look at that. Year was 2019. S&P 500 did 10% that year. Just buying Amazon would have got 60% returns. So this is really money. A lot of people don't understand, what's it like if you're buying individual stocks? What's it like if you're buying, index funds like the S&P 500? A lot of people, think that it's easier to buy individual stocks. For most people, it's not. Most people are not very good at this, especially if they don't have any background information. So this is like a reality check for a lot of people, but it's also really fun, I think. I mean, most of this stuff is it's live, so to get a year of data is going to take you a year. This is, that took me 2 minutes and I got a year of data. I could do this 10 times in a row. Take me maybe half an hour or 20 minutes, and I got 10 years of experience. So then for the free tier, just started creating some educational tools, from pain points that I got from the marketing dashboard. This is the marketing dashboard, just starting to build this now. Marketing dashboard is creating marketing content, and basically it's like a loop to where it's giving me ideas to implement into the actual project. So just building out the marketing dashboard, creating marketing content, and building on, adding new features, making the actual app itself better. Another thing I want to do soon is get some kind of a contest. I'm thinking maybe with the time machine, maybe do it to where whoever gets the best score per week gets a free month in the pro tier, which is real-time paper trading with automatic journaling and logging, which also has coaching, which goes off the log, because I think investing Helps you know yourself better. Everybody's different. Everybody has like different investing styles that would work for them better. It's not like a one size fits all. But I truly believe there's a massive wealth gap. I mean, I know there's a massive wealth gap. You know, it's like less than 1% of the population holds like 99% of the money. Trillions of dollars floating around the markets every day. You don't need a degree. Anybody just can learn this stuff. I feel like there's a lack of education. Most of it's for trading. So this is for investing. Most people don't want to trade. Trading is a lot more difficult than it looks. A lot of people try to hype it up and make it seem like it's easy. It's not. Maybe for like some random people, they just like automatically are like their brain is wired so they're good at it. But for most people, it's not. Most people, investing is what's best. Most investors are scared off by trading. Massive gap in the market. Investing tool right here. So, I'd say that's a pretty good layout. If you have any more specific questions, let me know. And you're on YouTube, you can check the link for this project in the description below the screen, if you know what I mean. Just building the dream. Alright, so the analytics part. You want to know what the code does? The code runs the sites. I guess you'd have to be more specific. The code does in regards to what? What does the TypeScript do? Alright, that I'm going to have to look into. Just got a question from somebody in the chat, and they're asking me what the TypeScript does. I'm not 100% on TypeScript, so refresh my memory. So I'm new to coding, learning as I'm going. Did some basic research about all this stuff. I remember learning about this safety net, spell checker. It adds types to variables, JavaScript. So it's like the TS and the TSX files. Just JavaScript with static typing, catches bugs. Yeah, that refreshed my memory. Just not sure what this person's asking. They're asking what does the TypeScript do, like in regards to this project. So I mean, that's pretty much it right there. I don't think there's anything that like, does the same thing for every project. I mean, I've got so many like TS files, like it wouldn't make sense to go and explain each one unless they want to be more specific, I think. Do I want to make the app better? Yes, that's what I'm doing right now. It's a work in progress. I just launched the MVP, minimum viable product. So trying to make it the maximum viable product over time. So just a work in progress, going to keep making it better. Any suggestions you have, feel free to let me know. And any questions you have, it sounds like you understand code a little bit better than me. And any questions you have, especially about business and marketing, that's what I understand the best. You're saying rewrite it in Rust. So I did look into Rust, and sounds like that's something I'd want to do after I get it like to where like I feel like it's not an MVP anymore. I think right now where I'm at, it'd be too early to rewrite it in Rust. But thank you for that. I've definitely had that suggestion before and done some research into that. And from the most part, it sounds like Rust will have it run a lot smoother, quicker, just better, I think UX, like user experience. All right. So I just did the first prompt for Vercel Analytics and Vercel Speed Insights. I'll paste the results here. If you can help me with a prompt, that maybe I can do all the rest of the stuff that I can do with a prompt right now, that would be awesome. So that's the other thing, Discord. I just had to do a Discord refresh. There was some issues with people posting up links and images on there that were not safe security-wise, and I'm just new to this, so I was like erasing certain things, but I realized there was just way too many people on there that were bad actors that had bad intentions. So I basically it was just a brand new, startup. Learned what I learned security-wise from all that. A lot of people wasted their time trying to scam me on there, and I learned a lot from them. So I'm setting up a new Discord, a new fresh Discord that'll be just for this particular project, and then I'll do like project by project Discord. But yeah, thank you for that. If you want to reach out also, I got the link for LinkedIn. You can communicate there too. But right now, Discord is gotta be refreshed. So don't mind the Discord link in the description. I just changed that last night. I gotta change that to something new. Oh yeah, I don't try to accuse anybody of anything. I just give everybody the benefit of the doubt at first. And like right now, like welcome to the crew, welcome to the community, welcome to the chat. And feel free to contribute in any way you want, and then I say the same thing to everybody, and I'll just wait, and if somebody does something that is a security risk, then I just learn from it and keep moving forward. I'm not trying to cast anybody out. I'm not trying to judge anybody like that. So, no, I'm not trying to say you're a scam at all. I'm just saying that's why I don't have Discord up right now. But there's definitely a lot of them out there. I had no idea. How it's gotten so much worse over the last couple of years. Sounds like the FBI is like in America, they've created their own kind of like force to go after it because it's gotten so bad. You know, that's kind of one of the bad sides of AI. Helps with coding, helps like make security better, but people that get it in the wrong hands can do it for bad things, which is unfortunately why the what is it, the new Claude update that I heard of that was supposed to be like really good for security. They weren't able to launch it because they were afraid that, you know, if scammers got it, they would use it to hack, that it would be that good. So, all right, got the prompt. Thank you, I appreciate it. So if you want to right now, definitely feel free with the LinkedIn. Otherwise, hopefully within the next couple days, if not tomorrow, I'll have the new Discord up. And then I appreciate looking to help, and like I said, any questions you have on more of the business or marketing, you know, let me know if you're building any kind of apps, any kind of projects that you need help with, any kind of like business questions or marketing with, and I would definitely help you for free with that too. It's just what I'm trying to do, is provide as much value as I can, and that's the master plan. I feel like with businesses in the past, one of the things that's led me to more success than anything else was just being open to basically, you know, trusting everybody, especially with businesses where I had to hire a lot of people, a lot of freelancers. At first, you know, I was really skeptical, and I would really like, you know, judge people's resumes. But then I realized over time that, you know, a lot of resumes that looked really good, the actual employee behind the resume was really not that good. And a lot of the resumes that I judged as being like not that good were some of the best employees. So I learned to just kind of like trust everybody, give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and work with people, and just, you know, I got a good intuition. I pick up on things. If something's not right, then I'd take care of it a case by case basis. But for the most part, I think in business it's better to just have a high level of trust. But make sure you have systems set up so that, you know, people are following a system. You're not letting people create their own systems. My style was more like I would hire people. I would just be like, here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want it, when I want it done by. Let me know if you have any questions. If anything comes up that you need an extension, just make sure you let me know before the date that it's due. And that seemed to work pretty well. I would just, you know, just work with everybody. Oh, so you're making your own programming language and you want to publish it. It will not be used. You will need help making it popular. So basically marketing. And think for programming language, thinking AEO, is the way to go. Probably you're going to get more searches for that kind of stuff with AI. And really, I think AEO, if you understand what SEO is more for like Google search. AEO is more for like the like ChatGPT, Claude, the LLMs, when people are, asking questions about different programming languages. If you got your own programming language, talk to an LLM about using AEO so that it can be mentioned in LLM searches. I would recommend that to you as a first step, to look that up and see how you can, whether you have a website for the language, make sure you get the .com domain, find a name that you can find a .com for whatever you name the language. I think that's super important. And create a information site for it that uses AEO and SEO. Welcome to the chat, Ostap. Not sure if I'm saying that right, but either way, respect, big up yourself every time. What is ENV stands for? Show it. You want to know what ENV stands for? It stands for environments, variables. So I didn't have to show it, I was just able to say it. What more do you want to know about ENV? So if anybody's watching and you're looking at you're new to vibe coding or coding, ENV variables are where you store your API keys and other security information. So an ENV file is going to be not committed to GitHub, it's going to be private. You want to make sure that that's stuff that's like secure. So it's through the ENV that's secure, so it's going to be in gitignore. And it's all about security. Go on AI, ask them, tell them what you're trying to build, tell them you want to know everything you can about security for that. Go on another LLM, ask them the same thing, get another opinion. Take your time, understand security very well. Security is very important. being said, I gotta go install some things for sell. And I keep saying no lyrics. Gonna go to some ska real quick. Ska is usually pretty good with no lyrics. Pick the energy up. There we go. For Vercel for Speed Insights, do you think I should do $10 a month? Sounds like unlimited, or just it's like 65 cents for fee for 10K data points. Also, this is an MVP, so it's not getting much use yet. Trying to save money if I can. I can do rate limiting with my Speed Insights. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm not finding the billing section under settings, so I can set the spend alert. And I believe I'm on the pro plan, because this is like a paid site. There we go. Alright, just did everything with Vercel, changed that limit, lowered it down. So it sounds like the Google Search Console is next. Walk me through on what to do. This is something new for me. did the URL prefix. I just attached a screenshot. I'm not sure what to do for this next step. Save some steps. Sitemap is submitted, and I just gave that prompt to Claude. What is next? Everything looks good to me. I think can build it out, and if there's any like small details, can just kind of tweak those after it's built. I think for the most part this looks good. Build fast, fail fast. I run AI, AI doesn't run I. Providing value. Get your money to work for you, not the other way around. You know the way it goes. Investing is good for your health, but first I would say invest in yourself. Building all types of wealth, but nothing's more important than your health and strength. Give thanks. Give thanks every day for health and strength and length of days. Claude Code plan mode, max effort. BRB. So if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. No matter what, win, win, win. So make sure, like up the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Coming through with new information steady. The business, the marketing of the AI business, business systems, business structure, vibe coding, agentic orchestration. Future is now. Trend is your friend until the end. And if you want to know investing too, Stackivate is for you. Stackivate. Stop guessing, start investing. So I've tried a few different databases, like external ones like Supabase and like internal ones like Vector, RAG. Someone mentioned that I should check out Prisma, ORM, and Neon. Let me know about like a quick summary of those two and how they're different from other databases. Neon is serverless, PostgreSQL. Neon lets you branch your database exactly like a Git branch. So I already have a login system, and this is like the MVP, but I'm building it out to make it better. The goal is to get mass adoption. Sounds like, from a security standpoint, that Supabase is the best out of all these, but I could use like all these together even. I'm kind of guessing at that, but it looks like, you know, maybe that wouldn't make sense, that it'd be best to keep everything on Supabase just for like organization. Help me understand this better. Let me know if there's anything you think I don't understand well that you could help me. we go. Alright, this is done. I pasted the results. So, let me know what you think, how it looks. And then it sounds like I just gotta check some things out. Take some screenshots. This looks good. Let me know which looks like I just need to take screenshots of those 2 pages. Let me know. Looking at the chat, welcome back. Javi D, it's always good to see. Hey bro, good evening to you too. Going back to what I do almost every day. Yes, back at it with the shades. And you know, keeping my eyes good, keeping the strain down. Screen time is real. Sunlight during the day helps though. Adjusting my eyes. Like to look at long views where I can, you know, from what I understand, that's really the best. That's the best kind of like eyes exercise I noticed for me is staring at the screen. You know, the screen is really close, so if I go and get like a good view to look at where I can just kind of look over a horizon and sun shining and keeps my eyes good, you know. So it's going good. What is new? I'm building working on the marketing dashboard, mostly applying some features that I got ideas from the marketing dashboard, and doing some steps in the actual Stackivate project to make sure that all these features are aligned right, and then adding some new features on from there. So you're piloting Codex for the first time today. You're stoked so far. That's awesome. You got 8% left on your weekly usage on Claude, rationing it out for another project. There you go. I got a lot of usage left, and I got like 2 days to go, so trying to just keep steadily using it as much as I can. And what is your so far, what is your favorite part about Codex? What made your jaw drop? What do you think is really good about it, especially in relation to Claude, I guess? So Codex tests all of its own code and its UI build out. That's awesome. And I know Claude, it's not like Claude can test its own code, but you've gotta kind of tell it to do that. Like I've built in tests in Claude, and like I'll give it prompts and I'll be like, you know, certain things I'll say like, you know, go and run all the tests. I think I got about 80 different tests that I've built so far. And it sounds like what you're saying is Codex automatically just tests its code after it writes it. and wondering how is the UI compared to Claude with Claude Design. I've actually seen like maybe 1 or 2 YouTube videos where people test the UI from Claude and Codex, and in some, it wasn't like Codex was better than Claude in every way, but in some ways Codex was better than Claude from what I saw. Codex uses ChatGPT image engine. Okay, so that's definitely I've just started using that ChatGPT new image version 2.0, and that is money. That's pretty much better than anything I've tried. Sometimes for certain things, ideogram is a little bit better in ways, but I think overall the best image generator I've ever seen so far is that GPT 2.0. So that's good to know. So I can should be looking at UI stuff with Codex and have it use I wonder what the process would be like that if I would want to just go and like try and generate a bunch of images just through the LLM with the images 2.0 and then just like transfer over the ones I like best, or if that's something I would all just have Codex generate a bunch of images and test out which ones it thinks would work best. That's interesting. I'd have to try that out. You saw a dev on Twitter change his company system to have the UI of Fisher Price, and he did it in Codex. Wow, that's Fisher Price. I feel like I haven't heard that in a long time. They're still in business. You were skeptical until about 30 minutes ago. Must have been when you saw that. And I gotta look that up on Twitter. Codex uses the GPT image engine, so its UI so far is crazy. I bet. But it's premature. It just started. You just started it an hour ago. So far you're floored. That's awesome. That's just making me more and more hyped up to start using Codex more. I think all I've used it for right now really is auditing, and UI I think now I got another use for it. Try it out with the UI, get some image generations. I was just looking into like making logos and stuff, and it sounds like the best way to go even for logos now is images 2.0 with GPT. So I think that would be the first I'm going to take a note actually right now. Logo images 2.0. I'll mess around with images 2.0, generate a bunch of logos that look good, and then I could implement them into Codex and have it apply to the project, and then make the favicon and everything from that. That is awesome. You came through with the information like you always do. I was just looking into logos today and just kind of like starting to plot and plan on that and how I'm going to do that, and then coming through with exactly what I need to know, the exact way to go with the right flow. Thank you for that every time. I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will enjoy it. I really like images. I've only used it a couple times, but so far it's better than anything I've tried. And I set up in the first marketing dashboard I built, I set up an image generation system for thumbnails that like each time I give it one prompt and it generates like 3 or 4 different thumbnails from like maybe 3 or 4 different image generators. And I was just kind of like testing it out to see which ones worked best. And this was before Images 2.0 dropped. And now that I've started using Images 2.0, I'm like, I don't even need to test anymore. Like I'm just next chance I get to work on that dashboard, I'm just gonna take all those other image generators out and switch it up with GPT 2.0. And I mean, for how awesome GPT 2.0 is, and it's this early in the game, like it's only gonna get better. I was trying to see if I could like get my image in the images that it created, and it was not able to do that. And I'm finding like, you know, none of them are really able to do that. I'd have to, looks like I have to go and like find a specific program to like kind of get like an AI version of my image, and then it can like make that, and then I just have to copy and paste it onto an image from GPT 2.0. But I feel like in the future, like I'll be able to just like send it my picture. It'll create a bunch of different variations. I won't have to like set up my camera and the lighting and take like 100 different pictures and go through them and like remove the backgrounds and all that. I'll just be able to like send it a few pictures, and it'll just be able to like adjust them however I want it. And that is where I see it going, where the information is flowing. Okay, screenshots. There we go. Don't waste my time with Grok. I did waste a little bit of time with Grok. And there is a video overlay for Claude. I've been looking into a few of those. Remotions one. Got one of my friends that wants to get into that. I instructed him to start with the runway. So they're like trying to become a pro at runway. I've used InVideo. That one's pretty like AI slop from mostly what I've seen. Runway seems like it's got a long way to go before it gets better. But if you like get good at it, you can like make really good stuff. And sounds like using Claude and Codex with other video programs is really going to be the future, I think. Especially with like, you know, that's basically, it sounds like, you know, if you're using a runway or something like that, it's kind of the same thing you could be doing with Claude or Codex, but you're just like paying extra to use their platform. So I definitely want to get into that more. And definitely Grok, from what I've tried with Grok, it's totally a waste of time. It's nothing compared to these other models. I think for a future project I have in mind, I would want to do a lot more video generation. Wouldn't really make sense so much with this finance one, but I could do video generation and get really good at it with another project I have in mind for when this one gets dialed in. All right, just attach the screenshots. The second one I needed to take 2, but I mean it looks very, very similar from before. Like I noticed some subtle changes, but it definitely like both the pages like seem like they're more aligned now. So let me know what you think. Codex doesn't stop until it gets it right. No slop so far. That's awesome. I wonder how it I'm guessing like the easy things would be like, a lot of these image generators gets text stuff wrong. That would be the main thing, because I know like when I was using ideogram before GPT 2.0 came out, that was the best with text, and it was good. But maybe out of like 5 images I would make, one of them would have the text right, and 4 of them would be like slight variations where they would be wrong. So if the AI could like generate an image and be like, oh wait, I spelled this word wrong, or I left this letter out or something, and can just go and fix itself. That sounds like where it's going. And yeah, I think like I got this task for today, but if I get done, maybe when I get done with, if I get done with this today and I'm still fresh and got the energy left, I will start working on the logo stuff with Codex and Images 2.0. Commit and push to GitHub. Yes, I'm ready to do that tools index page, so go ahead and create the prompt for that. Notebook LLM. I keep hearing about that. Where's the last time I heard about it in reference to I feel like it was for a business system somebody was building. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do more research on that when once I get this prompt going. Claude Code, plan mode, max effort. 68 lines. Helps avoid drifting. Sounds like it's kind of similar to Obsidian. I want to start using Obsidian. I want to set that up soon. That's definitely on my list. Towards the top. I think Notebook LLM. See what I can find out about that. Notebook LLM to research, and then Claude to use that to create a screenwriter specific to the research to make stories with zero drift. Obsidian intimidates you. It seems like there's a lot that goes into setting it up, and it's like continual just adding things. And I mean, like, it sounds really awesome, but I kind of feel like I don't know if it's going to be worth the time investment. I think maybe that's what you mean by it feels intimidating, because you just have to like have everything you're doing everywhere in it. But it sounds like the payoff is it can, you know, catch things across multiple projects where, you know, usually you're working on one project at a time, but maybe it'll pick up on patterns that you wouldn't really notice from working on one project, but Obsidian could find like patterns where you're like maybe doing the same thing wrong across different things that it might not pick up on just one project. Can use the wrap up skill and it'll write the session to Notebook LLM. Oh, that's cool. And Claude can always have a brain to everything you ever wrapped up. Okay. Definitely add that to my research. I was just finishing this last thing I was learning. Claude Computer came out today. I did not know that. That's awesome. I'm guessing that's kind of like Perplexity Computer. Like navigate your browser and stuff. Did things no other AI could do ever. So I gotta learn about finished a project at work you have been working on for over a year in 4 hours. That's awesome. I feel like there's a whole list of things that I have that I want to get done that, like Perplexity Computer, if it's kind of like that, would be able to do, but it would just I don't think the cost right now would be worth the time saving. But I mean, Perplexity Computer wishes. So first I'm going to look up Notebook LLM. All right. Might as well just switch to this browser. I've been learning a lot more about Notebook LLM. Can you just give me a quick overview of what Notebook LLM does? It sounds like you can use it with Claude and just give it a prompt and it'll like update all the information to Notebook LLM. Let me know like, you know, what its most like best use cases are and a summary of what it does. Perplexity is too much. It's not worth it. That's what I feel like. Unless you're a business, definitely. Definitely, and I am, but like I'm not making enough income to make where it'd be worth it to use something like that yet. So this is awesome. Like the first thing I'm seeing with Notebook LLM, like I mean, you know what I was thinking about doing before was like using maybe like a Supabase, like one database, and having like all the information from the actual Stackivate app on there, and then the Stackivate marketing system on there, and then like a CRM on there, and any other business systems in my build, so they all can communicate with each other. And it sounds like this notebook wouldn't really replace that, but it would be like something I'd want to do in addition to that. With this, because like I could upload everything, like the business plan, the marketing plan, all the business documents, basically everything from every single project that has to do with this one. So it's like locked all a brain in one specific place, and then it's not going to hallucinate. So then I know I'm getting like, you know, it's not making something up. Notebook LLM has hacks. Not sure what you mean by hacks. Make sure you get to learn the tricks. Oh, hacks, I get it, like tricks, okay. By default, it only sources a few sources, but in deep search, you can keep searching and searching up to 300 plus sources. I mean, this kind of sounds like even something too where, you know, I just implemented a feature yesterday to the marketing dashboard where basically it searches the internet and finds like the exact kind of conversations I'm looking for to add like the data. So like I'll collect like a bunch of data sets, and then I'll realize like, okay, this is where it's overlapping. This is kind of the data I don't have yet, and then I can give it parameters to like only find conversations for the data I don't have, get all that data, and then just keep doing that till I get like such a wide range of data. In deep search, you can keep searching and searching up to 300 sources. Can connect a chatbot to it, and it'll only answer based on the data you have. No answers it can't answer because it's not in the data set you trained it or researched on with the LLM. So it sounds like it's not restricted to what you give it, but I think want to see if I could like add that to the data research for the feature I built yesterday. That's like the next thing I would look up. So that's awesome. It can do what I was thinking, and it'll auto remove duplicates or things that have lower data quality. So that's like perfect. Man, you're always coming through with exactly the right tool for exactly the right thing I'm working on at the right time. Respect every time. This is some like investing stuff it would be awesome for. Analyzing 10K reports. Back to the chat. Just here for the tunes and the vibes, no doubt. Reminds me, I don't like the food at McDonald's. I just go to get down to the rock and roll music. That's one of my favorite quotes. But definitely keep learning, keep sharing. Yeah, this is like the community. It's all unity, all progress, all abundance, and we all got our own different skill sets of what we're learning. So, you know, I feel like I'm kind of behind to you. You're usually coming through with something new for me, but hopefully I'm providing value in something I don't see. And, you know, eventually can schedule Claude to auto feed the notebook on a schedule. So it'll auto refresh the notebook for you if I wish to, no doubt. Yeah, that's from the Rock and Roll McDonald's song. If you've ever heard that one's good. Right, checking out the project. Seems the same to me. Oh, I gotta sign in to get into tools? That doesn't make sense. That's why I didn't see it. Oh, there we go. There's tools. Okay. And then you can just click on each one. That's awesome. Organization. All right, this tools page looks good to me. Took a minute because it made me sign in to access it, which I thought was kind of strange. You know, because this is in the free tier, so I feel like you shouldn't have to sign in to access this. But let me know what you think from the screenshot and what I just told you. Alright, so I went in the incognito window and it still had me try to sign in before I could access the tools page. And I haven't ran that prompt yet, but I like, instead of just tools, I think more my voice would be tools to understand your money. Or even like tools to understand investing, but it's not that important, I guess, between either one. I think, you know, I can that'd be easy to change later if I decide to. So, let me know, should I run that prompt? And then come back and do something for changing tools? What do you think? Claude Code, regular mode, max effort. BRB. Here's the audit, and I agree with you. Let's go with tools to understand money, or tools to understand your money. Claude Code plan mode max effort. Welcome back to the chat, I&D. Good to see you again. Is Codex better than Gemini? So I haven't tried Gemini for coding very much. Just having a conversation on here. I'm not sure if you can see like the previous chats, but Javi I was just talking to, he was telling me that he was trying out Codex for mainly UI stuff, and it's like doing its own tests. And like I'm already kind of doing my own test with Claude, but Codex I've mostly only used for auditing, and I really like that it catches things that Claude doesn't find from the code that it wrote itself. But based on the fact that, in my opinion, out of all the image generators I've tried, that GPT 2.0 is the best, especially when it comes to applying text. So that's why it sounds like Codex is really good with UI stuff. Sounds like from what I've heard, Claude is still the best at just like, you know, writing the best quality code. I've heard Gemini is really good for having a bigger context window to do like an audit for an entire project, whereas like Codex is better for auditing just like individual features and stuff. Right now I'm building a, let's see, I'll show you, a section to organize the free tier tools better. So essentially, like, I'll be creating a library of different types of tools, and instead of having like one menu that just has everything all kind of like not organized well, this is like a better way to organize things. And these are tools that I'm creating from, like, I'm working on the marketing dashboard mainly, but the marketing dashboard is generating new ideas based on the data I get from the marketing dashboard to add new tools to the actual Stackivate project itself. So kind of working on a combination of the marketing and then applying tools it's giving me ideas for. I got max plan for Claude. The regular one, I think it's called Pro. That wasn't enough. But it sounds like just within the last couple days, Claude doubled their limits. And I'm not sure if, like, the overall limit is still the same. I think it just means they doubled the limits that you get per, like, the 5-hour and weekly windows. I think you still get the same amount of, like, monthly limit, but you can just use more per, like, time frame. Still not enough, Javi's saying. Must be talking about the limits. No doubt. And I need to find ways to use more. I'm like stuck in a spot where it's like I'm using more than I would get with the plan, the lower plan, but not enough for the higher plan. So I want to find a way to utilize this more, and I think I just have to learn more tools to use with it, build more, but I'll get there. I feel like I'm at about like 20%. And I've only got like 2 days left to go before the weekly refreshes. But if I had the lower plan than me, I would have already gone over the limit. So I'm like just going over the limit of the lower plan, but like barely using even half of what I have for the max plan. But at least they gave me like $200 in free credits, so can lower my plan next month and just use those free credits. That's a good idea. Get 2 of the lower subscriptions and just use one for work and one for personal. But for me, like everything is pretty much like work. Like I'm like self-employed, but I don't really use it for any kind of personal projects, I guess. Everything I use it for is for what I would consider to be like business work. But I should look into that, like finding ways to kind of like organize things in my life, to-do lists, stuff like that. Claude plus Notebook LLM could save on tokens since Claude will think less and Notebook LLM will be doing the strict research. That's a good idea. And I feel like that's kind of like one of the reasons I use the Claude LLM to do a lot of research, but Sounds like Notebook LLM is better because of like less hallucination. So then when I do get to use more tokens, more usage, that Notebook LLM will be the way to go. For backend, the marketing is Python. It's going to be more like data and stuff. And I'm still learning, but I believe the actual finance hub itself is next.js. Oh yeah, for a database. Marketing is believe a vector like a rag. I'm looking to get into Obsidian. And then probably Supabase when I want to have, you know, all these different, like the marketing dashboard is basically like, I'm building like a marketing team. Like this marketing dashboard is doing what, not even like each week, probably what like a team of like at least like 3 to 5 marketing employees would do. So they would be all on like one, I would have one like dashboard that would have all that information, and then like I would have like a CRM tool, and then like that would be like, you know, another database, and then the actual project itself, the app, and then they could all share the same information so that they could all learn from each other and get better. So since Javi started chatting, Codex has been cooking nonstop. Claude keeps asking for next steps, having them work on the same project to see how they compare. Yeah, Claude came out with what do you call it? Like with the plan mode, it automatically go into auto mode, so it wouldn't have to ask me for the next steps like that. And then it just stopped working, like it stopped doing that. And now I have to accept, even with accept edits on, it's still asking me. And I like the auto mode better, so I'm like not sure why that stopped. Seemed like it was a new thing with the 4.7, and then it just like stopped doing that. So I was trying to look into that more, but I really got to try Codex. I think when this stream's over, I'm gonna try to plan some kind of, I guess, yeah, that would be the best thing to do, would be for the creating a logo and applying the logo. That'd be a very good first task for Codex. And projects I'm working on right now is the marketing dashboard and the making new features of the marketing dashboard, and it's giving me ideas to add new features to the actual like product itself, the app. So the marketing dashboard is the main thing, but the data I'm getting from that is occasionally giving me data to build new features onto the actual app. Alright, so I gotta go incognito and make sure that the new changes are working. I gotta change this because I don't like the lyrics. Alright, what should I... New channel. Try this one. Kind of slow, but I'll give it a chance. All right, tools first. Still let me sign in. All right, try the next one. Then it doesn't have me sign in for that. That's weird. This is the main one, the Paper Trader Live. Okay. There we go. So that's working right at least. Okay. When I go to /tools and incognito, it's still telling me that I need to sign in. When I go to tools /cash versus invested, there's no sign in. It takes me straight to the actual tool. When I go to /tools /paper trader live, it takes me to a page that says this is a pro feature and then I need to upgrade to pro. So it sounds like the last two are working right, but the problem is still there with /tools. You think Replit is better than Claude? I'll have to take a note down to check Replit for building mobile apps. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. And this is not just a mobile app, but you can use it on mobile. I have it designed so you can use it on mobile and tablet, and I'm trying to avoid, at least for the beginning, having the App Store take a third of my profits, because I'm doing the marketing for it. So, but I'll still have like it available to like download it as a mobile app. And you're working on an app which converts an image to a 3D model. That's awesome. Definitely let me know when it's done if you want me to check it out. I'll Google it and I'll check it out and then let you know what I think of it. And definitely let me know. Check out Stackivate. It's in the comments or the description on YouTube, so you can check out stackivate.com. Let me know what you think about it. There's a good free tier. It's just started but getting better. And welcome back, C Films. Good to see you every time. Respect. Doing pretty good tonight. Working on something new as I usually do. So just fixing a quick bug I found with something that was supposed to be free, is trying to make it like log in, and not a big deal, but just fixing that right now. That's awesome. Good to hear you're doing great. It's a great day out here. Nice day. Sun was shining. Had to days are getting longer. Had to wait for the sun to set before I started working. Had to like make the most of the day. How about you? Get into anything fun? Make any good progress on your project? Anything cool with marketing? Thank you for bringing that up. I did not think about that. So I was testing localhost in production, but I tested the incognito window through the localhost browser, but I was looking at the actual site. So that's probably the problem right there. But the diagnosis is done, so it looks like, yeah, it looks like it's saying there's nothing wrong. I'll paste it here, but I think that's probably the problem. Hola, welcome to the chat. Shazland, respect every time. I don't remember talking to you before, so welcome to the community, welcome to the chat. It's all about unity and prosperity, abundance mindset. Everybody's learning something new from each other. All getting making progress, and seems like everything's always coming through at the right time. Everybody's recommending the right tools for the right steps I'm working on, and just learning a lot. So you notice that YouTube lives are crashing, and you wanted to see how is going around. Kind of hard for YouTube live to crash these days. Something was weird last night to where like it seemed like there was an extra long lag. So I mean, and then I checked the stream afterwards, and it showed like the whole stream in the full length. So maybe that was something to do with what you're talking about. I don't know, but I didn't know about this until you just told me right now. How long have I been developing? About 3 months, or yeah, about 3 months now. How about you? What do you do? You a developer? I've been more into business and marketing. What got me into developing was I had some ideas for apps I always wanted to do, but I started learning about how with like Claude and Codex and these agents, you could create your own business systems that were way more customized. First, I was looking into ClaudeBot, and then I was doing research, and I found out that actually creating your own system is like way better, way more customized, and way more secure. So I got into that, and then I started also building. I thought it would be way more difficult than it was. I started building out single features for like the apps I had in my mind that I wanted to build. And before I knew it, I was like finding it possible to understand how to build the whole things, and now I'm building them like even better than I understood. Yes, very new into coding, just learning as I'm going. And everyone from the chat has been helping a lot. Just doing my best to provide value back, mostly through like marketing and business stuff. So Javi's working on an app for his father-in-law that helps him relive moments since his childhood using an app that is in a TV. It'll just autoplay videos for him in a certain way. That's interesting. Not sure about like the app is in a TV. So kind of like how you can like go on your TV and like watch YouTube TV or something like that, I'm thinking. Okay, it's pushed, so now the incognito window should work. Yes, it does. Awesome. That is awesome. That worked. I just checked the incognito window, and the tools page is now does not require a sign-in. So for tool 3, I'm going to get the info from the actual marketing dashboard. So I will pull up the marketing dashboard project and then have it generate some ideas, and then I'll run them by you. And then we can just kind of like strategize on which one seems to be the best for moving forward. If you have any other better ideas, just let me know. So Shaz is new in actual coding. You understand many things, but haven't done anything fully. No doubt, you're in the right place. I think one of the main reasons I created this channel was because there were a few other channels where people were doing like vibe coding challenges, but they were all experienced coders and developers. So like their workflows were just like really difficult for me to understand what they were doing. So I wanted to, document my process as a beginner. So I'm really only a couple steps ahead of you. So, let me know anything you get stuck on, anything you're trying to figure out better. And I think maybe as a beginner, I would explain it better than somebody who understands it way better. But yeah, I think just get started, stay consistent. I'm really surprised. At first it was like really frustrating, but it's coming together really good. Consistency, I think, is the main part. Not taking more than like 1 or 2 days off in a row so the information stays fresh in my mind. And the app is an old TV skin. That's all you click through the years, and the TV changes for the TV of that year. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's not like an actual, like you watch the app on TV. It's like a time machine app, but tailored to him. So it's like the app is like what a TV would look like for the image. That makes sense. That's awesome. And that's awesome that you're making like individualized tools to like, help people, just to have better, more entertainment, more quality of life. And Usually that's how like a lot of really good businesses end up start out, is people don't even plan on making a business. They just design something for somebody to solve, like, you know, a problem, and the person likes it so much they recommend it to their friends, and then their friends are all like, hey, like, I want that too, and then before you know it, the person realizes like that's actually a good business idea. So gets rid of all the other distracting stuff. No commercials. Then you don't need YouTube. Can be more customized. That's awesome. And there's close to about 200 million apps in all stores that mainly just sit there. So use cases needed for any possible app, no doubt. And that's another like major pain point that I want to solve, because especially now that like this vibe coding and AI coding, it's really lowering the bar that anybody can really make apps. So the more apps people create, the harder it is to get your app to stand out. And I think that's where a lot of people are really good, you know, already, even that understand like coding, but they don't understand like marketing in the business. So, you know, this like marketing dashboard I'm creating for this app that I just built, I feel like, you know, I already created a marketing dashboard for like my personal brand that I started creating and still working on. And these are things where, like, you know, it's not 100% from the start. I have to like tune it over time. But I feel like once I get these tuned, I could basically like customize it for like any app, and help people, you know, find, like, do the right research to find the right niche and focus on the right target market. And I could do all that through like a marketing app. And I think a lot of people would find a lot of value in that. Javi's just listening to people voice recording it on an app. Drop the transcript of the voice recording into Claude. Claude makes the app. You give it to the person to help them with their problem. Plumbers and HVAC people need a lot of help. I've heard that. Anything that helps them, they're willing to pay. That's another huge thing. So like business systems, and I think the main thing that they need help with, like, is managing their data and getting new customers. Also marketing too. So like I could do way more than marketing. I want to make like whole business systems. Like start with the marketing, I understand that best, and then create the other business systems, and then get it so they can all like share a same database. But I think that's I just need to like get good at creating them and get them dialed in and do research to make sure I'm doing it better than everything else out there. And I think, you know, hopefully in a few months I'll be able to start on that kind of business idea. So like this challenge is like, there's really like, this is just the beginning. Like I'm making this first app. There'll be many more apps to come, I feel like. And also the business system part will be like another business. But I mean, automate and innovate. Just automate everything. So Shaz has like 200 apps on the phone. A third are functionally use case very defined. Rest are various social apps. Kind of have the most you need in apps. Well, there's always something new. I mean, I'm still adding new apps. You know, if I find an app that's awesome, that I don't have, I would add it. And it's all about the ideas. You know, good ideas lead to good apps. I feel like it's a skill to get good ideas and get better with that. And thank you, C Films. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'll definitely send energy to you and everything you do in your project too. Quality over quantity. I got that written down on my wall. No doubt. Tofu, I missed your message. My bad. Maybe it was when I walked away. I'm scrolling up right now. I don't see any message from you, Tofu, so I guess it just didn't come through. But either way, welcome back. Good to see you again. Codex is better than Google. I would agree with you. Definitely. Yeah, I'm really excited to do more with Codex now than what I've been doing. Exactly. Better is subjective. They're kind of two different things. I mean, I guess Google, if you mean like Google Gemini, but I was thinking you're talking about like Google like for a search engine versus Codex for like searching, but maybe you mean Google Gemini. Yep, Open Router. I've only used that. I've only like checked it out once or twice, but sounds like Open Router would be something good I can like try with my marketing projects to use like different LLMs for different features. You think Kimmy is outranking everybody? I looked into Kimmy in the past and Kimmy was saying Kimmy wasn't that good, but that was like when I first started, so it could have things could have changed. HY3 is the best right now. Haven't even heard of that one. Made by Tencent. Kimmy's number 2, Claude is 3, Gemini is 4. Interesting. Gotta check those out. And then DeepSeek. Somebody came on here with a project. They were trying to make their own LLM and they were using DeepSeek. And I tried it out and I definitely felt like it was not as good as Claude or Gemini. Then Grok. Minimax, then Grok. Yeah, Grok was really, I was not impressed by it at all. So C Films, you think having less websites that are higher quality are better than more websites that are lower quality? I agree 100%. And that's why, like, I was thinking at first for like this finance thing I was doing to maybe just doing like a bunch of different projects, but I think it's way better to have like one project that has everything and just do everything really good and just, you know, launch the MVP. And it's like very simple with just like some of the main features and just keep building it better and better over time. I think that's going to be, it's way easier too to like manage one big project than like, you know, 20 smaller projects, I think. So for programming, HY3 and Kimmy are ranked better than Claude. Interesting. I gotta look into those again because I remember Kimmy being like something about like Kimmy was like it was saying before it was like not that good. It was like a knockoff of something else. But yeah, I'm gonna take a note. HY3 and Kimmy. Never heard of Step Fun either. Grok. That's the only thing I've got it to do. I just kind of used it on X a little bit, and seems like the use cases that people are using it for on X is like very, very basic. The main thing, I think, when I first heard of Grok, I was like, well, this is Elon Musk's new project, and I think he's just working on too many things at once. Like when he was just working on Tesla, Tesla was like, Tesla kept getting better and better and better. And then he started doing X, and then I think Tesla just kind of like didn't improve that much. And then he's like, now he's spending. I mean, think of the time and energy that man is spending right now with these court cases with OpenAI, while he's trying to run these other businesses. And it's like, bro, like, you know, everything else aside, with what I've seen, you know, it's hard to trust what I see on the news about anything. A lot of negativity towards like Elon. I think like maybe he's trying to get into politics too, and it's like, I understand laser focus. You don't want to spread yourself too thin. Focus is like an energy, and when you have your energy spread out, it's not quality over quantity. That's like what we're saying today, kind of the phrase of the day, quality over quantity. I think that's the best way to say it. Oh no, he's not. I get it. Yeah, he's not a lawyer. He's not doing the court case himself, but he's, from what I understand, he's still got to show up to the court. He's still got to like consult with the lawyers. He's doing like, you know, he's putting like a significant amount of energy, I guess, into, even though he's not the lawyer, into just like showing up and spending his time doing that, when you know, he could be focused on building Grok or building up Tesla. So I did not know that Anthropic is using Grok servers. That's interesting. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I try not to be. I feel like the better way to say it, I'm skeptical of a lot of things. I have trust issues. I don't always trust everything. I try to do my best to like give everyone the benefit of the doubt. But I've had a lot of things in my life happen to me that have made it hard to trust people on like a deeper level. So on like a real, like, you know, just kind of like most things I'll trust, but like deeper levels, like I'm pretty guarded. And as an investor, I've seen a lot of like news about investing over the years that the media is always trying to explain why the market is doing certain things. And I've noticed that the media kind of feels like they have to like act like they know why everything's doing everything. And the more I understand investing, the more I understand certain things like nobody really knows, except for maybe like the hedge fund or the CEO that decided to like make that $1 billion buy or sell that day that made the price go up or down. And that's like the reasoning that they know what they did, and then the media will usually try to, you know, that's kind of going off into a different story. But no, I really don't like spending my time looking at conspiracy stuff. And then, yeah, Grok does have the tap into Twitter. So Grok is like, you know, that social media aspect to it where people are using it on social. No doubt. It's you understand what I'm saying about the media then. And it's not all people do this. Definitely. So let's see. I was just kind of finished a big task. Now I'm going back to the marketing dashboard and generating some info for pain points to get the next idea for the next feature. So I just gotta switch projects to the, make sure this one's pushed and committed. Yes, it is. I'll get back to the chat in a second once I get this new project up. Definitely seeing what you guys are saying about Grok and most people using it for social, so it has like access to what everybody's saying. And there could be more that's unreleased that we just like haven't been able to try. But for the most part, it is precise from when I used it. It's good. It's just, you know, a lot of these, I think a lot of these are really close. It's not like, you know, the ones are like the top 5, like each one I think is maybe like, I guess the other ones I didn't try that we were just talking about, but like Codex and Claude, you know, it's like just maybe Claude is probably a little bit better than Codex. It's not like, you know, twice as good or like 10 times better. Grok for coding, I've heard, yeah, that not many people use Grok for coding. For Imagine is fun. That's what I've used it for. I've not used the voice. So that's a good thing to know with Grok, is making sure to start it to make sure it uses live data. And welcome back, Anna. Good to see you again. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing good. Each are great in their own way for sure. Definitely. And if you're just tuning in, you know it's time to win. Make sure you like up the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Coming through with new information steady. Just setting up the marketing dashboard. It's weird. Usually it sets up real quick. It's taking like, it's going on like 2 minutes now. That's weird. While I'm setting up my marketing dashboard, and just started Claude and gave it the command python app.py, and usually that starts it in like 5 seconds, but it's taking like over 2 minutes this time. So I have no idea why it's taking so long. Any ideas? It worked. But that was weird. Huh. Oh yeah, I bet it's because I had the port open on the thing. Okay. That would make sense if it's because I had the localhost browser open with that project already. I'm just gonna paste like the data I got. It did start working now. It just took like way longer than before. So I'll paste that. If everything looks good, I'll just move forward with the task. Yes, the main AIs all have their pros and cons, and I think that's the best part of it to me, because they're all competing against each other. If there was one like clear winner, then I think there would be way less competition. But the fact that they're all like so close in the race is like motivating all these companies to really like step up their game and keep improving at like record speed. I gotta check out that conductor app for matching the best AI for the specific component. You think it's the China AI that's forcing the Americans to push at record speed? And I think isn't Kimmy, that's the China one, I think. And the rankings are saying it because yeah, that would make sense if maybe that HY3 is also China AI. I'm going to start out by pasting the screenshot of the idea feature from the dashboard. And I thought when I built it that it like I manually had it generate new ideas, but it shows that some ideas were created yesterday. Unless maybe, and I thought it was like 2 days ago when I built this, but maybe I generated those like after midnight 2 days ago, so that would make sense why it was yesterday. But let me know what you think from this, because it would make sense if you recognize that some of these ideas are ones that we've already used to make that calculator, and if so, then I could just generate new ideas. I hear what you're saying, Jobby. That was one of the main things when I was doing research about live streaming and building live. AIs kept saying, like, you know, people have bots that are going out and trying to collect info from, like, you know, all the live streams, all the AI videos, all the YouTube channels, just to, like, get the information to analyze it and stuff. So I was like, well, then, like, you know, what about all these people building products like I'm doing, or businesses on a live stream? Because at first I'm like, you know, someone could just, like, take what I'm doing and then, like, get all the data and, like, build a competitor. But that goes back into the same thing of, like, you know, there's like 2 million apps out there, but, like, it takes time and effort to put in, like, the marketing and the business process and stuff like that. So, I mean, someone could, like, clone what I'm doing, someone could clone what, like, anybody's doing, but it's not like you could clone the actual project, but the actual work that's put into, like, marketing and creating the business and doing everything with that stuff is not exactly clonable. Certain parts of it are, but all the work I'm putting in, and, you know, AI can probably, as time goes by, do more and more of that. That's what I'm wondering, where AI is going with business, because, like, the way it's going is, like, AI will be so smart, it'll just, like, take a screenshot of, like, every business that exists in the world and be like, I could do, like 10 times better than, like, any other business out there, and just start creating its own businesses. And I mean, people are kind of doing that already, but they still need, the main thing is, like, putting in the work to, like, market and stuff. Yeah, you could look at it like that, copying, stealing. I mean, kind of, I feel like every idea is kind of like an idea from something else. But then, like, you know, you look at, like, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, then you got, like, the knockoff brands. But Coca-Cola is, like, I feel like everybody knows Coca-Cola is, like, the originator, right? Like, I think Coca-Cola tastes better than Pepsi. I don't really try the other ones, but the differences are, like, very subtle. And if I was at the store and I saw some kind of new cola, I would still go with Coca-Cola. I wouldn't even try the new one. I'd be like, Coca-Cola's always been there. Like, they put in the marketing. They're the originator. And then, like, scraping data info from sites and using it as their own. That is, yeah, I feel like you need to be giving credit to the originators. And this is the time for one man, $1 billion companies. That's what I'm kind of working towards. Is I feel like build out everything in systems and AI employees. And then if anything, you could just, like, build that company and hire somebody just to, like, train them on how to manage the AI employees that you built. And just keep doing that. And that's the other thing. You can't just copy like Harry Potter and republish it. Like there's still like, you know, copyright, trademark. I mean, LLCs and stuff like that. Like you got a .com, like, you know, harrypotter.com. Like I would imagine if that's even for sale, they'd probably charge you like millions of dollars. So there's a lot to this, to how it's going to play out. Alright, so I'll show you guys from the project browser how I got the idea generator working right now. I'm going to generate some new ideas. Oh, that's if I have my own idea to add, which is like what I did here. But I can propose new ideas, and then that will take the data from marketing data I collected. Slowly processing it. I feel like it was a lot quicker last time. Codex comes with a buddy that lives on your desktop. Interesting, I did not know that. It makes me think of that, like with Windows, or what do you call it, the Microsoft Office has that like paperclip thing. Oh, I see, it keeps the list of ideas and then it adds new ones on top of it. That's cool. No, definitely not. Not in a billion-dollar single-man business yet, but preparation is now. I think learning all this stuff now, because when that era comes, it's gonna come quick, and things are just gonna go like, it's gonna be hard to catch up if you're just starting new. I feel like when it gets to that point. I just took a screenshot of the new ideas. So I'm going to let you know what I think is the best. And then you check them out and you let me know what you think. And then I'll click into those individual ideas. And we can go from there. So based on what I see, the emotional risk versus time horizon risk seems to be my favorite idea, but I think that one might not be like really a tool for the free tier. It sounds like it goes better with the coach. Maybe there's a way to kind of like transfer that into a free tier tool. And then I also gave you a screenshot of this contributions versus returns explainer. And I mean, this seems like it's an idea that already came up. So this is like the tool that I already built, it looks like. This is just saying to like basically like I think have it as like a journal reflection. But that seems like really repetitive to me, like it shouldn't be coming up with the same idea like that. Maybe there's something I can do to make it so there's like a filter so that it's not coming up with the same idea like that. But coming up with a repetitive idea like that. But I think that's just something to like, remember for later. I think for right now, just keep focused on finding a new idea. Let me know what you think off the information I gave you. Alright, go and try and catch up back with the chat. Yeah, Clippy, that was what it was called. This one's called CD. Okay. It's got a plant growing on it. Oh, that makes sense. AI run business would be breaking the fundamental laws of economics. I see what you mean. I think Coca-Cola created in 1886. Pepsi was first created in 1893, originally known as Brad's Drink. I did not know that. That's awesome. I know that Coca-Cola changed from sugar just in America. I think they changed from sugar to corn syrup, and I definitely miss the old recipe with the regular sugar. Right? Unless we somehow have hyperinflation and $1 billion is worth nothing. No doubt. And like, unfortunately, that is a possibility. Inflation has been going up more, and it doesn't unfortunately look like it's going to be going down back to like old levels. But I mean, maybe it's just like cycles. Hopefully it goes up and goes down for a while and goes up, and hopefully it doesn't get out of control, because I know like before my lifetime it was even worse than it is now. Burning the candle on both ends, no doubt, man. I feel like this is a major opportunity right here. Like there's a window. Risk versus reward. I'm taking the risk. I'm putting my money on investing in myself, and learning as much of this as I can and building as much as I can right now. And I feel like, you know, I won't really know if it pays off for maybe like another year or two, but I think it will. I think I've been in business long enough and been following tech long enough that I understand trends pretty well. And I feel like this trend is like only going to get bigger. And I think this is the best skill set that I could implement right now as far as like my business and marketing skills go. Yeah, I believe we're early. 100% believe we're early. Like very, very, very early. And I remember making that mistake with crypto. Even back in like 2017, I felt like I would have invested more, but I felt like I was late. I was like, oh no, 2013, that already happened. Like I'm too late. I missed the 2013. I don't need to like go that big. It's not gonna like get that big after that. And I was wrong, but I learned from it. i3 is also on Alibaba Cloud Studio. Okay, Alibaba is like kind of the Amazon of China. Google will eventually top everything, and Grok. It's an interesting, only time will tell. Current GPT has a high internal token processing. GPT was top and they took it down and replaced the whole system. That's an interesting theory of economics with arbitrage. If a single person get $1 billion business, so like I guess like there are single people that own $1 billion businesses, but they're not just like they got a whole team of employees to run it. They couldn't run like a whole $1 billion business by themselves. Codex killed it. That's good to hear. 2 prompts. Man, I gotta get into Codex. Like I guess I already got it, but I gotta start using it for building and UI too. No doubt you're watching from the phone, so you can't really see what's on the screen that well, but yeah, either way, good to have you here. Good to hear your input. Codex killed his project. No, he means like it killed it, like it did a good job, like it I think he means like he's impressed with the quality that it produced. Going to take a break. Claude would have had made you work for days. That okay, thank you, because I'm definitely trying to work faster. And what do you think is the main reason that Claude would have you work more? It sounds like that you just have to like manually approve a lot more things, give it more prompts. Codex can just like run better, I think is what you're saying. But yeah, if you're going on your break, no worries. I hear you, Tofu. Trying to be realistic. Yeah, sometimes the truth can kind of seem like that, but you know, I'd rather hear people speak their minds, even if but you know, like I was saying, time will tell. Nobody knows, and there's always a good side and a bad side, I think, to everything. So yeah, I just wanted with AI business, $1 billion single man business, definitely. I remember you did say that. I just wasn't 100% certain. I totally understand what you're saying. You don't know one person that can currently run $1 billion business. Maybe in the future if they implement AI correctly, but like one person alone, that would be I guess anything's possible. Nobody used to think it was possible to run a mile in, what was it, like 4 minutes? In less than 4 minutes or something like that. And then one person did it, and then like tons of people did it afterwards. And that's business too. So that I've noticed, when I get a good business idea and it starts working, it doesn't take long before people try to put their own spin, and competition comes up real quick. I hear what you're saying with the arbitrage. I totally understand. And yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. So looks like I might have found a good idea with the browser, or with the with Claude giving it this idea. And I agree. Right now, I've never heard of any single person generating $1 billion with a business without a team. But BRB, advantages are either gained through an industry secret or through personal skill advantage. I would agree with that. Yes, capitalism is great. Mostly for the most part, it is good. So here's the screenshot, and I like what you're saying. I like how you think it should be in a different category, and then we can build more tools for that category, because this is like this project overall I think is more about, like, not more about, but a big part of it is I feel like investing has helped me know myself better, and people can know themselves better through investing, and then the more they know themselves, the more they can be a better investor and invest in their own style and develop their own style. That being said, from this screenshot, it makes it difficult for me to tell, like, it says it came from different sources, but the list of sources is getting kind of long, so it's like tough for me to go back and find out and check those exact sources for things like the pain points that's attached to them and stuff like that. So, like, I know for this, we'd want to be looking at, like, what the major pain points are for, like, SEO and labeling it correctly, stuff like that. So maybe that's another thing that I would want to do for a prompt later, is to, when it transfers this information, to transfer things like pain points and maybe linking back to the original observations that each idea came from. Like, I can just, like, click on, like, this screenshot page I'm showing you and go back, but that would be something to do later. Let me know what you think, and if there's any advice or anything to add to that you can think of. So this, I'm not sure if this is AI music, and I'm looking back to what you were saying. I just saw the most recent comment. This is just pretzel rocks. I don't think it's AI music. Codex, one more prompt. 96% usage on Claude. Getting down to the wire. That's another thing I was wondering about Codex, because I've never hit the limit, and I've just been using it for auditing, I guess, but it's good to have both. And I mean, really, you can just switch between both in the same project. So, like, you could just build with Claude and hit the limit, and then just switch over to Codex. And yeah, that does make sense what you're saying, Tofu. Even if they're a super genius, the number 2 genius behind them is not that far behind. Definitely. Just kind of like what I was saying about the AI. Different AI models, like, they're very close, I think, for the most part. Yes, I'm ready. Let's build that tool number 3. Start the dev server. I like mindset. Let's go with 5 emotional comfort options for now, and then when I get more info for the brand voice, I can change it later. For now, let's just try leaving the action framing empty, and then I can just change that later if I want to. So I guess that's it. So go ahead and build the prompt. I've got the Stackivate dashboard open with Claude running. I'm using pretzel rocks. I like how it has a variety of stations, but a toggle, so it's just instrumentals, and a lot of lyrics come up sometimes, so I gotta find a different option. Welcome to the chat. Shirley Fortress, respect every time. That is interesting. I'm gonna have to AI that, and I've never heard of that model. Sounds like you're saying it's breaking out that it's free to use right now. So I'm not even sure what that is, but I'll look it up once I get this plan going. $99% on Claude. Gotta wait for the weekend. But hey, at least you got Codex. No doubt. You got Codex for the weekend and can focus just on that. And hopefully I can use Codex more the next few days, and then can kind of just like exchange ideas on what we found from Codex. No doubt the things that can happen, the way life plays out, you never know. Just got to go with the flow. and keep a positive mindset, and give thanks for everything, because, you know, I feel like even the negative things in life have made me stronger. And I think looking at life in general, I think, and hearing about people from the past where they've gone through like way more crazy things than I could even imagine, is the ones that persevered. They just they never lost their faith. They just kept going on their mission, and even though it seemed like at a time that they were outnumbered and that nothing was working for them, and they had to, everything seemed like it couldn't get worse, like things changed around. No doubt. Just thinking about like Job, Daniel in the lion's den, people like Mandela, people like Gandhi. Or like the saying, when one door is closed, many more are open. Sometimes losing something can seem like a curse, but it's actually a blessing in disguise, and it really opens your eyes to what else is out there. No doubt. Ready to continue to phase 3. So, could you help me understand how Notebook LLM or Notebook LM compares to like an Obsidian? Oh, that's a big difference. Notebook's a research assistant, Obsidian's a personal library. So I could use them both. It's not like either or. So this is cool. Combining them all. Notebook LLM could be like the filter. Upload a lot of raw data, financial news, or whatever kind of like niche news you have. Ask the AI to summarize, find the golden nuggets. Use Obsidian, take those golden nuggets, save them as permanent notes in Obsidian. And then Claude is the bridge. Use Claude to help you move info between the two of them. Like taking a summary from Notebook LM and asking Claude to format this into Obsidian style markdown note with tags. Notebook LM is like hiring a researcher to read a stack of books for you, and Obsidian is like building your own private Wikipedia that you own forever. All right. I don't think I need to download all that. Just check it out. All right, so that prompt just got done. I didn't copy and paste the results. Let me know if you want them. And I just opened up the dev server. I mean, the local host on the browser. And I don't see, it didn't like create a spot for it. So I don't know if I have to like manually type something into the URL. Sorry, Shaz, I can't really help you with the Linux stuff. I don't know anything about Linux. Just kind of the basics of what it is. Claude has been put to rest for the first time since February 17th. Wow. I think he means he just can't use it because he hit his usage. Or like if he did use it, he'd just have to be paying more, and it's not worth it when you got Codex. Oh yeah, that's what he said. Burns through $1 per second. Yeah, that is that would add up. All right, so just checking it out. It's like a little bit confusing to me, I think, is the main thing. I think even as someone who's investing for a while, I'm a little bit confused. Maybe it could give more explanation in regards to like the reading, I think, is the main thing. And also there's 5 options. Number 2, I'd be very uncomfortable but probably hold, and number 3, I'd be uneasy but stay the course. That's basically the same thing, and it looks like it's giving the same reading for both of those. And then I'd be unbothered. Drops are part of the deal. Like, that's a good option, but the reading is like, seems like it's like maybe 80% the same as, you know, I'd be uneasy but stay the course. So I think it provides value, but it needs to be cleaned up. Let me know what you think. Thank you for the noticing I'm efficient with my tokens. I've been trying to do that habit from the start, and it's definitely not necessary, but I feel like it'll pay off when I start to use more features and start using multiple agents, and then I'll already know that I'm doing like the best practices for minimizing token use and keeping the context low. Yup, it is Pretzel Rocks. It does require a subscription though. I think you get like your first month free. Whoa. I'm signing off on option labels and structural approach to readings. I agree with everything you say. So, I guess create that prompt and I'll get it going with Claude. Thank you, thank you. think I never used to have allergies, but just like in the past year or two, when springtime is coming around, find myself sneezing more than usual. I remember when I spent a few years in the South. I think that's might have what did it, because the pollen. I remember in the South, like, you have to, like, dust the pollen off your car. It's, I think that did something to me where it, like, my body just wasn't used to that. That's some good advice. Ask AI about essential oils. Also, I've heard that, what do you call it? Like, if you eat, like, honey that's, like, local, that's, like from your area, that's, like, an antidote. It's like the bees, like, process the pollen, and then that makes your body stronger. Got a lot of allergies. Trying to stay away from the pollen. Alright, so let's check out this fix. Okay, so it gives a better reading now, but it's still that same problem with, I should have clarified this before. For I'd seriously consider selling but probably hold, and I'd be uncomfortable with say the course. I mean, those are basically the same thing. I think that's redundant, so... How about... I'd be uncomfortable, but stay the course. And then get rid of I'd seriously consider selling, but probably hold. So go ahead and create a prompt just to make that one change. Get rid of that I'd seriously consider selling, but probably hold. Definitely essential oils. They work really well. All natural remedies feel like the way to go. Much rather stick to the natural way. I feel like it's more powerful in most cases anyway. Fine-tune the situation to AI. I don't know if that already exists, but could have like the AI natural remedy app. Type in what's your what your problem is, and AI recommends the natural remedy. But I guess that's like you could do that already with just the LLM. So maybe there's a way to make it better and provide more value than you could just get with the LLM. So many business opportunities, so many niches. So I just set up a feature in my marketing dashboard for the app I'm building, and I used I think it's called Exa, but it's basically like an API that I set up, and it goes and it searches the internet and it's finding conversations. Like right now, I'm just having it find through Reddit, and I'm tuning it so it's finding conversations that are specific to my target market and their pain points. Basically, this sounds very similar to Notebook LM. Can you kind of explain, how these two are different and where, like, would it be better to use them both and use like Notebook LM would be better for like one aspect of this, and what I'm doing with this this API for Exa, I think it's called, would be different. Just ran out of Perplexity credits. $50 for 5,000 tokens, and I'm not really sure how much, like what you can do with that much tokens. From what I saw, it sounds like not much. Use Perplexity for finance. There's no AI better than it at the moment. Definitely for certain things. And I'm wondering like what part of your finance, like doing your taxes or like investing or everything maybe. So like I'm wondering why would you use Perplexity for finance tasks over like any other option, I guess. There we go. It is updated. From what I read, it looks like these readings are much better, and the only thing I can think of is like I could make them a little bit better for my brand voice, but that's for later. So for right now, I think this is really good. You think I should be doing an audit based on everything I've done with this finance project today? I could, if you think that's a good idea, I'm thinking maybe it is. Create a customized audit prompt that I can give to Codex. Oh, so looking at the comments, Java uses it for investing. Perplexity has focused on training it on finance. That was one of their major focuses. Seems truly tapped in, especially with like government doing contracts and executive orders. That's definitely major for investing. It's like it knows, I bet. Has a 100% win streak so far since March 3rd when you started using it. You've been doing paper trading with it, never failed, has yet to do so. I think if it continues like this, AI could help people with investments with them, brings up the topic we were talking about, definitely. I totally see that too. And I think AI is like, that's where it's going with AI as far as like giving people the information. And I think this project right here is doing something that is more helping people coach to understand their own personality traits and how that would guide their investing decisions. The more you know investing, the more you know yourself, and there's a lot to that. But I definitely got competition. I gotta find out how to like implement all these tools into my project to like make it the best, and that's just gonna take like over time. And I like what I'm creating, but that definitely I'm taking a note right now, checking the perplexity. I think I just ran through my first marker. Ran out of ink. Let's see. Oh yeah, I actually just started running Codex in the same folder for doing an audit. Just doing it in the chat window instead of the terminal. It looks like it's already finding maybe finding something, but let's see. Yes, Codex can work with Claude in the same folder. Also, like, so it's working in the same folder right now. I guess I was just kind of saying that, but also you can have Codex work like in the same terminal, I guess. So like I have it linked up so I can tell Claude like use Codex to run this audit. But what I found is like I have to keep the tasks very small if I do it through Claude. So like if I'm like, hey Claude, have Codex run an audit on just this like one file and this one feature we just built, it's not a problem. But if I'm doing an audit like I'm doing right now that's going over like everything I've done today, Claude just seems to freeze up. And it just says it's thinking and it'll do that for like an hour or 2 hours and it won't say there's a problem. So I've learned that the hard way, wasted some time doing that, so now I know that when I do have like a longer audit, I just give it to Codex directly instead of Claude. And the more I learn what's possible with these investing tools, the more I realize I got a lot of stuff I want to add to this. And hopefully it pays off, but either way I'm learning a ton and I can use it for myself too. At the end of the day, if I build like what I think is the best tool out there and nobody uses it, I would still use it. I think it's awesome, and I think that just the experience I get from building it, for understanding AI and building with AI, is more than worth what I'm paying for the time and the money, investment, opportunity cost that I'm putting into it. Codex is like the 24-year-old that just came out of college, and the 45-year-old that's like our age range is Claude, watching the younger one do everything they can faster and better. But the wisdom, that's the other thing. Got that wisdom. If I could go back to when I was 24 and have the same wisdom I had now, oh man, I would have accomplished so much more. But I hear what you're saying. Codex is showing you don't need a prompt as much. It gets it right more at first over Claude, which then shortens the barrier of entry now into AI. That's what I always felt like. I always felt like GPT was their goal was to make their products to be less technical. And it's awesome that they're competing because, you know, I always felt like before Codex was just like simpler, so you couldn't do as complicated of tasks with it. But it sounds like that is not the truth anymore. It sounds like Codex is getting to Claude's level. Claude is still more technical, where you gotta like, you know, verify things and like, you know, it's asking you questions in a really technical manner. Codex is I think the way they explain things, even this auto report I'm just getting right now, is way less technical language than Claude gives me. And that CD, while you're working, it just keeps you updated. That's awesome. It's draggable and can be front and center. Okay. So like, I wonder why I've never had that CD thing come up, even though I'm using Codex and VS Code. Is that maybe if you use it through like, does Codex have their own like desktop app? I'm guessing that's how you're using it, where that pops up when you use it through there. Because I don't see it on GPT either. But I guess GPT you can't really code through GPT. Okay, so you're using the Codex app. That makes sense. So you gotta go into settings and choose the pet. It's not a default. I know Claude did that for like an April Fool's prank. And it gave me that snail and it like froze up my terminal like in the middle of a task. And then it disappeared and they didn't do anything again with it. And I think it was like the next day that Claude had that data breach or whatever it was. And I was just thinking, man, maybe if they weren't wasting their time making those pets, the snails and stuff. But no, that's cool. That sounds way more helpful than the pet thing that Claude had. Definitely, I feel like it's very important to be reading through everything, or as much as you can. Get a better context of like what's going on, understanding the code, how it's working. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. I was kind of laughing to myself like, man, wonder how much time it took them to like do that weird April Fool's thing. And I do like how Claude is I was like giving it instructions in a different chat and it carried it over to the new chat where it wasn't doing that well before. So like with 4.7, Claude is like pushing back more, which mostly is good, but it kept telling me like every like hour, like I should go take a break, I'm done for the day, call it, get some rest, come back tomorrow. And I'd be like, and it'd like give me a summary of everything we've done. And I'm like, Claude, I don't have time to read your summaries and I'm not trying to take a break. Like, I'll tell you when I'm going to take a break. And it's like, okay, you're right. And now, like, different chat, I didn't have to tell it that. It listened to me and it's still, like, it's still, it's not doing the stuff that I told it not to do, basically. Yeah, I would definitely be interested in finding some way to do a co-show, go vibing, or like co-vibing. I'm not sure that there are any channels like that. And I wonder if like if you started your own channel, like if there is like, I don't know, if we just went live at the same time or something like that. I mean, we're kind of doing that now through the chat. And I have some friends that like one of them's like has a graphic design business. And I was saying another one that's like just getting into just solely focusing on making AI generated video. And I was gonna look into like getting those guys on here too. And then you know, we all have just like different skills. All right, so I'm gonna commit. And push. Making a cooking class. Exactly. We're all cooking with Claude, combining the skills, bringing different ingredients to the table. No doubt. Free to take it. And I'll meditate on that and think of some way like AI cooking or something like that. And it can be like a class and people can like learn to cook with Javi and Nate and the rest of the crew. Push to GitHub. But I guess that's it for today. Right at the 5-hour mark. Awesome. And got pretty much, I mean, that was everything I wanted to do today. Got the I guess I would have liked to do a little bit more, but I mean, at least I got the main stuff done. And this would be cleaned up, made alignments for these tools that I just started creating. Did some stuff with like make sure the SEO is like right with it, and then went and found a new idea and created a new tool. Made sure that that was like in the right spot with the other ones. Building out the library of tools, and definitely feeling good, making a lot of progress. Progress is progress, no doubt. And just keep working every day that I can on the master plan, on my vibes and my coding, and knowing maybe not where I'm going sometimes, but just take my time and get there when I get there. And I know I'm learning a lot. So got to give thanks for that. Give thanks for health and strength every time. Give thanks for AI. Give thanks for business. Give thanks for, what was the word of the day? Quality over quantity. And when one door is closed, many more open. So we'll just keep on building and learning and earning. Even if the money isn't coming through yet, we're just creating value. And the time will come. The karma is real. The powers of the earth and powers of the universe truly work. So you know, that's it for today's flow. Until next time, I'm out.